Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back again. And the last day of the challenge. How are you, everyone? I was not live because I was not feeling good. I was sick, as well as we had a power cut in our area. Finally, I'm here for the last day. Let's get this app complete and let's celebrate the challenge completion day today by the end of the day. Are you excited as much as I am? How many people are there? Yes, I am doing well now. Thank you for asking. Okay, let's start. Okay, so we have to load all the podcast, all episodes. Now this is gonna be loading from the RSS URL. We are already loading categories, which is good. So let's clean this up, and now we'll have a few more things to do. Now for the recommendation, what we can actually do is initially we'll have nothing to recommend because we don't know the taste of the person who is listening podcasts on our platform. Any suggestions from you guys how we should do this, the recommendation thing? Because what I'm thinking right now is that as users start using the app, start listening to a few podcasts, we can start recommending the podcast based on his listening history. Like whatever he has listened, we can recommend something similar to that. Till then, we're not gonna show the recommended podcasts widgets. We're not gonna show this section until we don't have enough data to recommend something. Or we can recommend a trending podcast. That can be done. We need to implement the dark theme. We also need to implement push notifications. Okay, so we can do one thing. We can ask users for their interest. Hello from Turkey. How are you? Today we're gonna complete the app. This is the final day for what everyone was waiting. Once app is completed, we're gonna publish the app probably tomorrow in the live stream, and we'll wait for the approval from Google and Apple to get the app live on the App Store and Play Store. Once it's live, I'm gonna do another live stream where we'll all kind of celebrate the success of creating and publishing the app. That's all that we wanted to do in this challenge, you know? And the rest will start, like marketing and all that stuff, from our client side, which is also gonna be nice to brought initial users. We already have 8,000 plus podcasts in our server, and yeah, I mean, all we need to do is implement these functionalities and the app is ready to publish. And I think we can do this today. Okay, so let me reorganize these to-dos because we have to do these to-dos in a proper order, one after another. So what we'll do now is we'll have to load a podcast in each categories. Suppose I open business, all the podcasts related to the business should open up here. Same goes for all the categories we have. So we'll do that, and then once we have the podcast, if somebody clicks on it, it should load all the episodes and the information about the podcast. That's all we're gonna do next. So 1 and 2. Now we don't want the search history or continue listening right away. We're gonna remove that from the list. We'll add it at the end. Just for now, I'm just reorganizing. Now what we'll do is loading some recommendation. Then we can load trending podcasts as well as a trending episodes. Now how will we load the trending episodes? Because we are loading those episodes from the RSS URL. Nice question. I mean, it's my own question. maybe we can remove that section, or I mean, yeah, that's all we can do because we don't have that data. Yeah, we don't need trending episodes because that's gonna load from RSS feed, and we're not storing that kind of information in our database to show that thing. We can still show the trending podcast, trending episodes, as well as a featured podcast. Yeah, we can show these information. So for now, what I'm gonna do is remove that item from the list. Now we are loading top categories, but these are not the top ones. So let's do this first, at the very first in the list. You know what? Let me remove these numbers so I don't have to type them. Yeah. Okay, so we need to remove this section. Let's do that first. Home, trending episodes. I'm sorry, have to go, at least for now. Trending episodes. Let's remove that. Okay, now we have to load top categories, loading podcast, loading episodes from RSS URL. We can load recommendation. Now for recommendation, what we'll do is we'll ask the user that what are your interests when they sign up, or even before they sign up. So we can recommend them a few things like, hey, listen to this, check out these podcasts. We can show trending podcast based on how many people are listening to them. Like if a lot of people are listening to that podcast, we can just show it that, hey, these are the podcasts that are being listened by many people. It's a trending. Push notification if we add any new podcast in the app. A light and dark theme, able to download the episodes. Now the download ability should be here. Once we load the episodes, user should be able to download them, as well as user should be able to play them even before downloading them. So let's have it there. Now we can have a search functionality, loading and storing search history, and we can show continue listening. Now we can also have that thing here after we implement the player. And we're gonna remove these from the list. For now, we have load the trending podcast. We're gonna paste these things up here. After we have that, what we'll do is this. We'll have the push notification at the end. We'll have a light and dark theme first, or yeah, we can just do the push notification first because it's quick. Loading search history and storing search history, ability to search, load trending podcasts, loading recommendation. Okay, we can load a trending podcast first before even having recommendations. Okay, I think that's it. Let's start working on one after another. Now, one more thing. We need to ask for interest. When user opens the app for the first time, or after signing up, yeah, we can do that. Also, we need to provide an option to skip the login / sign up screen with limited functionality. Yeah. So let's do these things and then we'll come back one after another. Okay, so we have one more thing to do. Load featured podcast, and yeah, I mean, we can do these things all together, one after another. So in the session 1, what we'll try to accomplish is gonna be we'll try to complete these things in our session 1, and in the session 2 we'll have to do these things. Yeah. Session 1, final day, and this is going to be a session 2, final day. That's it. Let's do this. Let's start from the skip and the login and sign up functionality, and then we'll have the other things working. So let's go to the auth screen and let's have the skip button. Let's have an app bar, let's have an app bar, elevation to 0, background color to white, and one more thing we'll need to do because we don't have to have a spacer here anymore. Okay, so let's add a skip button in the app bar. Action, we're gonna use the text button here in this case, and let's have a text skip. Now we have the skip button. We choose again tab. Let's customize the skip text a little bit. Let's have font size to 14 SP. We want the user to sign up, but we cannot force them, so we'll just have this option so they can explore the app without signing up if they want to. I need to have a margin, but what we'll do is take this app bar, go to the widgets, and we'll have an auth screen app bar. Darn. Let's paste this here. Let's import this. Hello everybody, the new or the one who watch me regularly, just say hi in the chat. Okay, now let's have auth screen app bar. That's all we need. Now I know this is not the app bar, so what we'll do is we have to have this implementation. Let's have that, as well as we'll have to have this. Perfect. Now we can go into the app bar, and we can also define what should happen when user clicks on that. So we'll ask a confirmation, confirm dialog dot show animated scroll. We'll have a message. Okay, let's fix these errors first. So once user clicks here, we're just gonna say, are you sure? Do you want to skip login / sign up with unlimited functionality? Yes or no? Okay, we'll ask. Why we are asking? Well, we just want to let the user know that you will not have access to all the functionalities, all the goodies, you know? For that, you'll need to sign up. Now we'll need to store this information that users skip the signups. We don't have to ask for sign up every time user opens the app. Or maybe we can ask that too. And every time user opens the app, we can ask for sign up or login, but then it's gonna ruin the user experience. So we can store that information in the local storage of the device. That user skipped the sign up. User can sign in or sign up anytime, even after skipping, but this is just an information that user might want to know. Maybe we need to rewrite this phrase. I don't know. Yeah, we'll do that. Just focusing on functionality right now. Let me add the dependency, shared preferences. Once user confirms that, hey, I want to skip it, what we'll do is we'll skip it. So let me go to the, I don't remember exactly. So we can have another folder. We can call it preferences. And let me copy this. We can initialize the shared preferences like that. We don't initialize, just declare that. Let's have the key as well. Static const string auth prefs key. If you haven't used these before, then let me explain. We're using shared preferences, the local storage of the device, and it stores the values with a key pair. So we need to have the key for that, and we can also define this to initialize the shared preferences. Now we need two methods. One methods means function, so we have this. We can have a boolean value or null get auth pref. Now we can have preferences, which can be null, get boolean auth pref key, and that's the getter function. Now let's have a setter function, static void with a future, of course, because it's gonna take some time. Future set auth prefs, and we'll have a boolean value here as well, auth prefs, and then we'll have async here, so we can use await preferences, which can be null. We can have a set boolean, and we have the key auth pref, and the value is going to be again auth prefs. And that's how we do it. Now, we are not returning anything, just setting a few things. So we can also have an arrow function like that. So we have user preferences created with the shared preferences. This is the key, this is the getter, and this is the setter function. This is how we'll initialize the user preferences. Let's do this. So all we need to do now is go to the main .dart, and before running the app, all we need to do is to have this initialized. User prefs dot initialize. That's it. So we can access it inside the app.dart or auth wrapper. Now that's all we need to do. We need to access that thing. So what we can do actually is we can check for the preferences if user have any. User prefs dot get all prefs, and I think government is sending an emergency alerts and it's freaking me out. And they're testing. So they are testing the emergency alert system that they have created. So in a case of any kind of natural calamities that can happen, like tornadoes or any other thing that can happen or is around me, and government can notify the people. Now this was really freaking me out. Yeah, okay, finally. I was like, what's going on? I mean, where is this sound is coming from? Actually, it was my phone. Let's get it back. And so okay, give me a moment to fix my webcam. Hello, how are you? Okay, so let me continue from where we left off. Okay, so we need to create a stateful widget because I don't think we can use it in the build method. Let's have it in its state, and let's have this here. Not sure why. Like, I'm having null check operator anyways. Okay, let's do this. Instead of having an arrow function like that, we'll have it like this, and that's it. Won't have any issues. So I think we can actually make this again a stateless widget. Yep, and not again. Why are they sending so many test messages? I mean, are you serious? Okay, it's all good now. Let's continue. I mean, that's too much. If they want to test it, why don't they have like a test devices so that they're like sending it again and again? I just got called from my mom that my phone is like beeping. I don't know what to do. She was panicking. I was like, government is testing their system, just chill, relax. I mean, yeah, people like us can understand by reading that message, but what about the people who don't even understand these kind of things? They'll go crazy, like, what's wrong? My mom was like, my phone was about to blast or what? I was like, no, that's not possible. Don't worry. I mean, yeah, chill. Government is testing their disaster management system to send alerts. Everybody's receiving these kind of alerts in our area right now. They're testing their own systems. Okay, let's continue. So we'll just take the user to the app if they have already skipped. Now we have some issues. Okay, I think I need to just restart the app because we don't have the implementation. Okay, let's restart the app. What I mean by implementation is when we install a new package, the package has an implementation for both operating system natively, so I think that was not updated. So let's restart the app. It should do the work. We'll set the auth preferences in the case when a user tries to skip the login and confirms that yes, he wants to skip it. Now we have that code here, auth screen app bar. Do you want to skip it? Yes, I want to skip it. I'm gonna say set auth preferences from user prefs. Set to true. And we'll have asynchronous function. We'll also pop out the navigator and Okay, I think this should do the work. Well, let's wait for the app. Let me restart again because I just made some changes while it was building, so we need to do this again. Okay, let's wait while it's building. And this task is done. All we need to do is to just test it, and then we can move forward with this task. Once this is done, we can do these. Hopefully we'll complete these 3 tasks in like 15 minutes. Yeah, and the rest again in another 15 minutes. Then these 2 tasks will take some time. We can just estimate it for like 30 minutes for this, maybe 30 to 15 minutes, and this can take some more time. We'll also have a notification for the player, so user can control the players, you know, of the podcast, like if you have to pause it or play it again, want to see the cover art of the podcast, user can do that from the notification itself for both Android and iOS. Hello, yo. Okay, now we just skip the login. If I restart the app, it's not gonna prompt me to log in because I skipped it. Now, what will happen is, yeah, instead of showing unknown, log out and delete account, we're not gonna show any of these information. We're just gonna prompt user to sign in if they want to see these functionalities, including push notification. This thing is also going to be disabled. If user wants to turn on notifications, we'll have to sign up, or we can show the notification by subscribing to a topic. Yeah, we can do that. Well, we'll do that anyways, so we don't have to have this required to sign up or log in, of course. And recommendation, yeah, for recommendation we'll have sign up required. For search history also we'll have the sign up required. Okay, now we are having issues with the top categories as well because we don't have permission to access the database. So now let's go and make it public so everyone can read, but no one can modify the data. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go to the Firestore. And let's go to the rules. Okay, so what we can actually do is we can remove that. Yeah, we can just allow read if true. So that way the people who haven't logged in can still view the categories and podcasts in the app. We have the categories here as well. Okay, we also need to improve the shimmer effect in these, so we'll go and do that as well because I don't like that. I think that looks good than what we had before. So yeah, let's go to the service and increase this to like 10. Yeah, now this looks much better than what we had before. Okay, so we can even improve that thing to something better. What we can actually do is go to the sections, go to the home, top categories. Now we have a list view, right? Yeah. So instead of showing this like that, what we can actually do is we can just have an empty container we can wrap that okay. Let's copy this. Let's just remove this. Yeah. So that is the animation. I think that is better than what we had before. Now we can have let's go to the explore categories section again, and we'll have shimmer effect from colors, and we also want to do a few more changes. Top categories enabled if snapshot dot connection state equals to connection state dot waiting, and then it should be enabled, or it will be disabled. Now let's fix this error to see if it's working. Copy these things, we'll paste these things up like that, and we'll restart the app, and we'll reduce the waiting time from the service to about 3 seconds, and we'll restart. 1 2 okay, so it's still have that. Need to fix that. Okay, now let's increase it to 5 seconds and restart the app. So that is the shimmer effect that I was looking for. Code is fun. Hi. Hello, how are you? Now, this shimmer effect also looks good, but we need to fix it. We are here. Let's have this thing there, and snapshot.has error. Error widget. No, I don't think that's what we created, but yeah, let's see. Yeah, snapshot error widget was the widget that we created. Connection state, waiting, return, and we will have this code. But this time it's not gonna have a lot of things. We need that. Perfect. So now if I restart the app, I hope we don't have any error anywhere, and yeah, we don't have any errors. Let's see. Okay, I think I need to just restart the app, rebuild the app. Let's stop the app and let me press run, and let's wait while it rebuilds it. Okay, so we have a memory allocation issues. I will stop the app. I'll clean some RAM. Hello. We are done with a proper shimmer effect for the categories. Skip functionality is also done, I believe. Yeah. Now we need to have an option for here to sign in. We'll show the interests when user signs up. If user doesn't sign up, then we might not be able to load this up because we need to store this somewhere in the database. Yep, so yeah. Okay, I'll be right back. Hello, hi. Let's continue. Okay, we have the app running. Now let's continue where we left off. Let's just not have the shimmer effect at all, because if I remove this, it's gonna be so quick, the user is not gonna even notice. I don't know if we need that shimmer effect anyways. Yeah, I mean, people with a slow network might need it. Okay, so what is the next thing? Let's fix this error first, because it's really annoying. You cannot read the console. Okay, let's fix that. What happens if I hit log out? Nothing's gonna happen because I haven't logged in, because I skipped it, so we need to handle that as well. Anyways, let's fix this thing first. So while we load, we do need the carousel, connection state, connection state waiting. We'll return this thing here as well, but we don't want to return the whole thing. No. Let me remove a few things. Before we remove or move anything, let me add the future builder here itself. And I'm gonna cut this part. We'll have this here. You're not having this as well. That's all you're gonna have it. Remove everything. Yes. Now what we need to do is, while we wait here, snapshot.connection state, connection state.waiting will show the shimmer effect. So we'll return this same thing, but instead of using any items, what we'll do is we'll have a 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's enough. And instead of showing featured card, what we can show is a container. We'll of course gonna go to the featured card to look for their dimensions, but I think the dimensions are not being set from here. They are dynamic based on the carousel widget. Yes. So I think that's it. We also gonna need a builder, so let's have that. Let's have a decoration. Yeah, this is all we need. So now what I'm gonna do is cut this part up, go to the shimmer, I'm gonna create home folder. I'm gonna move the category shimmer and top categories. Okay, we don't want the categories here because it's from the explore tab. Explore, it's gonna have that. In the home tab we'll have featured, shimmer dart, and we'll return that here. Now we'll see what's wrong in here. Okay, the list dynamic is not a subtype of list podcast model, so let's see. Okay. Okay, let's try this. No, it's not working. There is something that I'm missing. Just don't remember what's missing. Why don't we just do this? I know. Dot to list. Okay, I know what's wrong. So if this is empty, what we'll do is as list, and we just gonna say is empty, then we'll just pass on like that. Or if it's not empty, then what we'll do is type list string. It's dynamic after having the cost. Finally getting the list string. Okay, I think this should solve the issue, but no, it still says something went wrong. Okay, that is not good. Let's have to list string. No. done. It's fixed. We are loading featured podcasts. Looks great to me. What do you think about it? Now we also need one more function. For this, I'm just gonna call it query document, and it's just going to be a document. So the error is gonna come again, but we'll just use this. Restart. Perfect. Now we can also add delay to see the shimmer effect here. So we'll copy this and we'll have that here. We can just have 5 seconds. Okay, so we don't have that. Let's have a 60-second delay so we can work on that. Shimmer effect. What if I set height to 50 SP? Can I still see it? No, I cannot see it. Okay, so instead of a transparency, we'll have a white color. I think that's gonna fix it. No. Okay. What if I remove the builder? Just have the container. Is it still gonna change that? What if I add hard-coded height of 100 SP and make the color red? Okay, then we have this, but we don't have the shimmer effect in it. So okay, we haven't added shimmer effect yet. Oh my god. I mean let me wrap this around the shimmer widget from colors, and let's have these things like that, and now we have the shimmer effect in the featured. It looks good. Let's restart the app. Now, while the shimmer effect is on, we'll turn off the auto animation, or should we keep it on? Auto play to false, and we don't have the autoplay actually, so I think that's all we need here, you know. User can swipe it to see what's going on. Let's have a 2-second and 1, 2, and we have this. And once we have this, it will start the autoplay. That looks cool. I mean, it's so good. Okay. Now, similarly, we'll have to do it for trending podcasts. So we'll do that, but not now. Now we have these 5 featured podcasts. We have unknown artist name, well, author name, I mean. So that is not good. We'll have to fix that. As well as in some images we still have issue showing the name, like we don't have much readability. So what we'll do is we'll go and fix it. Featured card. Now this is the gradient. What we will do is just increase one more layer like that. Does this help or not? I'm not sure. Should we keep 2 lines or just single line? I think 2 lines are good, but we don't know. Okay, so that's what we'll do now. Single line. Well, now we have enough readability because of that gradient we have. Yeah, you can still read the text. Let me undo these changes to see if that makes any difference. No. That's too much. We can have a spread radius to 0.5. Just trying out a few things to see if it works or not, you know. Maybe I can just remove these colors for now just to see the shadow. I think we don't need shadows. Yeah, this is good enough. Now if we put the gradient like this, then we can have multiple lines as well as clear text to read, but then cover image is not gonna be that visible. But anyways, when user opens up, we'll have that information here as well. So I think it's good. See, we have the category name, author name, and the name of the podcast, as well as cover art image. Well, that's cool. I mean, yeah, look at this. Now we can even have a multiple line. Let's try that out. Yeah, I mean, that's readable. What should I do then? Also, some podcast names are way bigger than I expected it. Like there's one. having some confirmation from the client what he wants, you know. We can give him an option to choose whatever he likes or wants to have it in the app. Okay, if I do this, then also it's gonna look good. All we need to do then is to just have these a little bit more lighter. I think this is good enough. I'll just move on with that. We'll have the client's feedback and we'll improve on it. Let's keep the single line for now and let's move on to what we were already working on. Why not? Let's just finish this business with the podcast loading stuff. Let's go to the database again. Let's modify a few of them. The way client wanted us to do was this way, so let's do this way. We have podcast. Now what I'll do is I'll add a tag. I'm gonna say featured. Okay, so they will be shown up in here if you add that tag. Let's select some more random ones and add the featured tag in it. I don't know, just selecting some random. Later client can of course update these stuff. I'm not gonna add more, but yeah, let's see. We added featured. Now what I will do is I'll go to the code and I'm gonna look for that tag. Where tags array contains featured. Let's see. Yep, there we go. These are the ones that I randomly picked up and now they're here. So featured podcast and the loading of featured podcast is done. Okay, this is Let's go to the podcast screen and let's modify a few things. Podcast information section, and here the name, maybe we can decrease it to the 18 font size, because some of the podcast names are way larger than I expected them to be, as well as we might want to decrease some padding. Vertically 4, horizontally 8. Yeah, I mean, and 8 like that. Yeah, that looks better than what we had before. Okay, so I think we are done with the featured podcast. Let's do the same for categories. Let's go to the database. Now to load the top categories, what we'll do is we're also gonna have a field in here with the tag or a boolean variable that is this a top category. Because see, if people are listening to a very specific category most of the time, then, or else what we can actually do is we can prompt the user to select their interests, and when they are selecting those interests, we'll have the most selected interest a top category. Yeah, that works very well, that logic. As well as when people start listening to a podcast, when they are on the player screen, they're playing any episode of any specific podcast, what we'll do is we'll store that information in the database that, hey, this person is listening to this category, and so on. So once people start listening to the different kind of podcast, we'll know that which category is being listened to the most, and we can set it to the top category. Well, that is a bit complex to do, but we can do it. But when we don't have any data, we're not gonna have any top category. So what we'll do initially, well, that's the question. Initially, we'll not have any data if we go with that approach, that whatever the categories listen to the most will be the top category. But what when we kind of launch the app, we will not gonna have any listeners. So how we'll do that? That's the question. Okay, so we can either have some top categories on our own, like we can just maybe make any of these categories a top category: technology, top true crime, and business. We can add any of the category we want in the top category. Later on, when people start listening, it will automatically update. So we need some categories to be a top category initially, and it will automatically calibrate with the data that we start collecting once people start using the app. That is a good idea. So what we'll do is we'll have one variable, boolean variable, top, and we'll have a boolean to false, at least false for now. Let's add them in all the categories. I know we can automate this process, but we don't have much categories, so I'm just doing this manually. Because it will take the same amount of time to write a code and just updating manually. I don't have much. Oops. Okay, we are done. So what we'll do now is we're gonna look for this variable value. For now, I'm just gonna select some random, for example, business, make it to true. So this is now a top category. Music, let's make the music a top category. Let's make TV and film another top category. Maybe technology as well. So I think that's it. So let me close, or let me just move this to other monitor while we work here. And I'll just go to the podcast service, load trending. No, sorry, not a trending. But what we will do is we'll go to the category service. Yeah. And we'll create a new function. We'll call this let me just duplicate this. Let me just call this get top categories, category reference, where top is equal to true. Now what we'll do is we'll call top categories function instead of get all in the top categories section. Now we have, okay, wait, let me restart the app. I don't understand why still we have everything. Okay, so in a view all we'll have all those, but not in here, so we need to change here as well. Top categories section, and now we have it. So all the top categories will be shown up here. When you go to the view all, you'll have all as well. So what we just did is load the top categories done, loading featured podcast is done. Now let's load all the podcasts, like trending ones and recommended, and then we'll load the episodes, as well as when we click any of the categories it should also load that. So let's do that quickly. It's so easy and so quick to do now because we have the front end ready as well as the back end ready. All we need to do is just connect them with a few lines of code. Let's do it. Let's close the category service, and we are done with the featured podcast. All we need to do is trending ones, we'll do them as well. Let's do this one first. Now how to add a pagination? Well, let's see, let's add a pagination in here. Okay, we don't have that function being used anywhere. I think I was using one of the package for that as well, but let's see. Can I use that here as well? Yes, I think I can. Let me add that package here. It was from another package that I've been using, sorry, another project where I've been using it. I'm just gonna copy that into here. Packages, PageInit Firestore. It's using block state management. Let it use it. I don't care, because that's a package, you know. It doesn't matter what state management other packages are using when it's just a package for your project. And I love how block works, but I'm still a fan of provider and the river pod. Anyways, let's add that in our pubspec.yaml file. Firestore, PageInit Firestore package from the path, like that, and this should work. Now, what we need to do is, if I click here, it opens the category screen. I mean, this one, right? Yep. So let's use PageInit Firestore widget, and I think all I need to do now is just import it and have an item builder, but I'm just gonna copy this one. I don't know if item count is there. Query is required. Okay, we'll have the query for you, but let's have on empty query parameters, builder type, pagination builder, grid view. Okay, and I want this, as well as can I add padding? Let's see. I should be able to do that. Can I add a grid delegate? Yep, I can. So this is basically it. All I need to do now is okay, so I think this is just going to be a podcast itself, or not. Okay, we have build contacts, we have whole list, and we have index. Yes, we have index as well. Okay, so let's do that. Podcast model dot from document. We have a new subscriber. Hello, welcome. Okay, so I think what we will get from here is this, yeah, document snapshot. So this should work, and here we'll have the query. So let's say podcast service dot get okay, I need to go there. get podcast of category. We can return that, but instead we'll have to have a query. So let's do that. Query, it's gonna be a faster query. It cannot be async. All we need to do now is to just have the query. That's it. Yeah, I mean, it's so easy to just remove most of the implementation where category is equal to the category variable that has been passed to us. We don't have to have the limit here because it's being handled by that package. So we can just say get podcast of category, and we can just use widget dot category dot trim. That's it. Now if we receive an empty list from the database that you don't have any podcast in that category or anything like that, then we'll need to show something. So we can just create a widget. Empty. Okay, we can just say no podcast in no podcast here. That's it. Yeah, let's create this widget. So that's it. Let's restart the app. And if I go to the music, I will get all the podcasts in the music category, which is so cool. So see, when I scroll down, it will keep loading. There you go. There you go. So this is what we call pagination. Keep scrolling until the whole category is loaded. Okay, I don't want to load that much amount of data, but yeah, you can see these are all the podcasts in the music category, and I can open any one of the podcasts, like this one or this one. It uses a cached network image, so once the image is loaded, you don't have to worry about it. It will be right there in the next screen, or when you come back, these images will be there. Now we have some issues with the URLs with some image. So what we can do about it? See, we have many podcasts with invalid image URL. So now that is issue with the database. And okay, let me see what's wrong. Let's go to the podcast item and let's print the URL on error listener. Okay, but then it should show the error widget, right? It's not. Why? Okay, let me see. Placeholder, progress indicator, fade out, fade in. Okay, so we have the error listener, but we don't have error widget, so we need to define the error widget here. We'll have the icon widget as the error widget, and I'm going to remove this. I'm going to save it, and we have that icon, but that looks something completely different. So Let me do this. I don't know how I just created this whole equation, but yeah, let's see. Let me divide it by 6, or even better, let's just have 8. And also let's wrap this around a column, and let's just have a center, and let's have a text. And let's just have error loading image. So if I open, get the same issue or same error message there as well. Let's have style, let's have a text style, color again red, let's have a size 14 sp. Maybe that's a little bit larger. We can decrease that size as well, or make it, maybe we can use this equation to calculate this. Instead of 8, we're just gonna use 16, so it's large. We use 24. Yeah, that is enough. And we can have like a 5 sp gap between them, around 5 sp. Yeah, that looks good. Let's have weight, font weight 600, error loading. So you should understand by now that why we have this issue. Let's wrap this around a container, and let me set the color here as well, red, shade 100. Yes, so this is the error widget. Wherever we have issue loading images, I need to talk to a client about these errors, because the database that he gave me has these kind of images which are not supported in Flutter. As well as, what I'll do is I'll have to have, okay, we also have error. We have the URL. What about the error instead of text? Yeah, I mean, let's cut this off. Instead of arrow function, we'll have it return, and then we'll print here debug print error to string, as well as a debug print URL. Now we'll print the URL first, then the error message. Okay, let's go to the debug console, and let's see why these images are not loading. Now that can be multiple reasons. Let's open this in browser, and if it opens in a browser, which means, okay, we have access denied. See, so this looks like we cannot actually access any images directly from their servers. Yeah, these are uploaded somewhere else. We have permission related issues. Well, that's gonna create a lot of issues for our app. Okay, I'm happy with what we have here. So if I go to any other category like technology, then I'll have the podcast related to the technology, and that is so cool. Okay, not only will this kill you, it will hurt the whole time you're dying. Danger. Oh, there's your problem. Okay, that's nice. Okay, so now we need to load the episodes of each and every podcast from the RSS URL feed. Tomorrow Unlocked, fast forward. Hacker Valley Studio. Well, we have a really cool podcast here, guys. If you are really interested, you can just come and check it out. But most of them has this issue. Well, this is something that we cannot fix. Okay, I think now we can fix this. OS error, node name, nor server provided, or not known error 8. Okay, I think this can be fixed, but the URLs with the issue, okay, looks like we have a network issue. Let's restart the app. Let's go again in the technology. Okay, it's loading. Okay, now, okay. Okay, yeah, so that was a network related issue. Now when we have the error status code 403, which means we don't have permission to access that image, and that is not good. Nope. Need to fix that. Okay, so we need to add. Okay, let me just Google this thing if there's any way to solve this, because see, even if I open this in the browser, we get the same error message that access denied. So there is no way to access this image. I mean, can we access this? Hmm. Okay, let's do something about it if we can, or else this is gonna be like this always. I need to find something to fix it. I think we cannot do anything about it because we don't have the access to their servers. Yep. For now, this is gonna be like this. JavaScript error. Oh wow. So we have JavaScript podcast. I want to save this. Okay, let's implement those functionalities and we'll come back again here. If we go to the arts category, we have the podcast in that category as well, and we have a Brave UX. So UI UX people can go to those designers, graphic designers. You have a lot of resources to learn from this app. Okay. Just so stories. Well, I'm gonna be listening to one of these podcasts because we have a lot of interesting ones here. if we go into this category, we have okay. I think we'll have to have some kind of, we need to add the things into the database again because we don't have the author name in the database that client gave us. So yeah, we'll do that anyways later on because that is something that can be done even after app is completed and published. We can edit the database whenever we want, however we want, so we can skip it now. Now, one more thing I'd like to change is this. Initial loader, we have this. We don't want this. Error display, center text, empty separator, bottom loader, pagination listeners. Okay, we have a pagination qubit. We wanted to have a shimmer effect in here, but yeah, let's see what can we do about it. What we can do is we can add another item builder for loading, like, yeah, shimmer item builder or something like that. Loader, we don't want this. Instead, I'm gonna go with activity indicator and empty separator, error display, and initial loader should also be So are we using stream builder here then? We don't want that. Let's remove the stream builder because, well, we can keep it. Yeah, let's use the stream builder. I don't see item builder anywhere. I mean, okay, we have it here, we have it here. So what we can actually do is we can say shimmer item builder, and instead of the list of the documents, maybe we can just have a list of integers. The number of the document will have just numbers. Yeah, that's good. But now we have another issue, like when it's loading, we don't want to show. Okay. I don't think we need a shimmer effect here because it's loading instantly. Like, you cannot even have that feeling of, let me open business for example. See, it's just there for a split second. Okay, so let's now, we also need to lower the trending podcast. So how we'll do that? Well, trending will be something similar to top categories. Most of the people listening to specific podcast will have that in the trending, but we need to take a look at database again. Okay, let's have this done. We loaded podcast. All we need to do is just load the trending ones and the recommendations. Now trending ones will be loaded. Yes, they will be, but for now we'll need to do something like we did with the categories and featured podcasts. We'll have the tag there. Let's go to the Firestore and let's go to the podcasts again. Now I can add another tag like trending, right? Add it there and like there as well, just for an example, just adding to the random ones. Before publish, we'll fix this whole database thing. Yeah, okay, so I think that's it. Let's have it, let's see it in action. Podcast service, load trending podcast, limit to last 4. For now, let's just remove the limit to see how many we get, because I added in a few of them. I think it's more or less or around 4. We'll just have to copy the same code, just we need to change featured into trending, and we'll need to call this function inside the home trending podcasts and in the grid view builder. So let's wrap this around a future builder. Podcast service, create trending podcasts, as well as we'll have this here. And we'll copy a few things from here. Okay, now we'll grab the grid view again, we'll paste that here, and we'll have the length of 4. Instead of this, what we'll do is we'll have a container like that, and we will, let me import this here so we don't have any errors, and I'll just go to the widgets, yeah. So we'll need to copy these things. Into this container. And we'll need to wrap this as well with the shimmer effect dot from colors, and copy these 2 colors. We'll have them in here. Let's restart. Okay, we still have to fix this somehow because this is not what I items 4. I can remove padding, and I can set color to white instead of transparent. I think that, yeah, that works. Now we don't want just a container here. Okay, so we'll have this as a transparent, but we'll have a child. And let me go and take a look at the home trending podcasts, an actual podcast item, and we can copy this row as well. SP, and we'll have the color to white, so we have that image effect there. We can have another containers, 2 containers, and let me copy those here twice, but instead of 50 I'm just gonna have this and this. Gonna have 15, and I'm gonna have a margin sets only bottom 5 SP or 10 SP. No, 10 is too much. We can reduce this to something like 7, and we can also make this one a 10. We can reduce corner radius to 4. Yeah, I mean, this looks something like that. Okay, now what we need to do is we'll go to the podcast, trending podcast, and we'll add that line. This line in the trending podcast to see if it's working or not. We'll do the same for the featured one and the trending one. It looks amazing. Let's add 5 seconds so we can view that. And we'll do the same for the top categories, adding 5 seconds there, adding 5 seconds here. Let's see. So that way user knows exactly what they will get once it's loaded. Let me take a screenshot for a YouTube video thumbnail. I mean the thumbnail that I'll create for this live stream. Perfect. Now we have that. So view all. Okay, we need to fix something is wrong here. Top categories. let's go to the shimmer effect, top categories. I mean, if I do view all, it's not looking good. Okay guys, I think I'll just take a break in a few minutes. Yeah, let's fix this and we'll go and take a break. Top categories, view all, shimmer effect as well, so let's do that. View all top categories, shimmer, dart, and we'll just copy this and we'll paste it up here. And I'm just gonna, okay, wait, instead of doing that, why not just take this, remove everything again, and create a new view all top categories, shimmer effect, like that, and import required stuff like that. And wait, let me give you a few more things to work with. We don't need hard-coded width and height. We don't need the 50 sp height as well. Let's remove that. This is not a list view, so it's gonna be a grid view. So let's go and okay, I don't see it yet. What was the name of that screen? Actually, I don't remember. I think it's a top categories screen, and this is what it is. Yeah, so I wanted to make up this grid view here, grid view instead of list view. And instead of having snapshots like that, item count will be 10 by default. Just remove this all and move this all in here. And this is something that will load up here. Snapshot connection state connection state dot waiting. Okay, good. That looks good. Perfect. Maybe we can decrease the number of items to 6. Top categories, and you have it. Perfect. Now we need to load the actual podcast here. We are still loading the episodes and the podcasts. We can just delete that, so we know that this is where we need to load. Trending, yes, we have it. Okay, so instead of using the podcasts length, we can just use snapshot dot data dot size or length. And we can do the same for snapshot dot data like this, and we can remove the reference from here. We can remove it from here. We can close this. Okay, so we have a trending podcast right here. When you click any of these, it will just open the podcast screen. The D-list friends. Okay, so we don't have image for that. For the recommendation, what I would like to do is to just load the recommendation. I mean, just load it. So let's have a feature builder. Podcast model future get trending podcast. That's all we need to do. Snapshot dot data snapshot dot data dot length. I think that's it. Now there's one more thing that we need to do, which is to add a shimmer effect in the recommendations, like here or here. Recommendation section. We have headers here, but finally we don't have it. So what I'm doing currently is just loading the trending ones in the recommendation till we have a proper information to recommend something to the user. Snapshot dot data. Now we don't have it actually any kind of snapshot variable in the file because we don't have a feature builder. Let's have it. Podcast model future and podcast service dot get featured podcast. That's all we're gonna do for now. Get trending ones instead. Okay, and one more thing I'd like to change in here is trending podcast shimmer effect. In the second text, we don't want the width to be 100. We can just have it 70 sp, which looks even better. Maybe even 60. Yeah. So we have featured, we have top categories, we have trending podcast, we have all the categories loading up here as well as we'll have recommendation there and here. So let's add a shimmer effect in the recommended, and then we'll go for a break, and we'll come again for the session 2, and hopefully we'll complete the app today. Okay, we have a lot of files now. Let's add a shimmer effect and a recommended. Shimmer effect. Which screen it is? Okay, it is Explorer. Let's go to the sections. Let's go to the Explorer. Do we have? Yeah, we have recommendation section here. So we'll do the same. Recommendation. Shimmer.dart. We'll have a stateless. We have the recommendation section here. We'll need to copy this. Now, instead of using these values, what we will do is, let's have 3 of them. I think that's enough. And podcast item, let's go and look for the podcast item. We'll copy a few things from here: width and height, decoration, alignment. That's all we need, as well as we'll need the column. Yeah, so let's just copy this whole container, you know. Now what we'll do is we'll do something like this. Copy the border radius, we'll have that here, we'll have the width, and we'll have the height. We'll remove this one. We have the text, text, so we'll do this something similar like this, what we did here. Let me copy this. I think that's it. Yeah, I mean, we are done with the recommendation. So if snapshot.connection state waiting, just return recommendation shimmer effect. Now here we have transparent container, white, white, and white. We have 3 white containers. Now I don't understand why we still don't have that effect. Maybe console log can help. Now we don't need the debug message in the image widget as well, so I'm just gonna go in and just turn it off so that we have a clean console to look for the errors. Image widget, let's remove these, let's remove this, let's restart, and let's go to the downloads. Okay, it's taking some time to load the recommendation, and here we have the recommendations. Now it should load. This, but it's not. We need to fix this, but we need to find the issue first so we can fix it. If we have any kind of errors, then also we need to show something, so let's do that as well. Okay. Let's just return this as it is. We're not seeing anything there, which is again strange, but we'll fix it. What if I do it white, like paint it white and go to the downloads? We have the width and height, so I don't really think that should create any kind of issue, but we can definitely take a look at these things. This is not helping me in any way. Another exception was thrown. The layout width and height is out of the boundary. Okay. Well, I don't know. I mean, how this thing is even working the way it should, because, well, what we can actually do is remove the expanded widget from there, as well as from here. We can wrap it around the future builders like that. Expand it. Let's go to the podcast item. We have material, we have inkwell, we have column, we have these things. It still works. Maybe we can use something like this in here for shimmer effect as well. Item builder, we have number of items. Yep, we have 3 items here. We have a separator builder as well as some padding. Why not remove some padding and see if it works? No, it's not. Scroll direction, horizontal, box decoration. Maybe because it's transparent or what? Let's restart. It should show that, but it's not. Now I am not seeing any issue in my code, nor I'm getting any kind of errors, which is why I'm confused. What is wrong? What if I just do this? remove the color. I mean, yeah, no. Let's have the transparency here because it is required for me to do these things. What if I remove the alignment? No changes. Still, I don't see anything. If I just make it item count to 10, no. What if I do 0 and then restart it? So it's same as 0. Why not we just use featured podcast here instead of that, so we don't have to see that image error message. Let's restart. Let's go to the downloads. We are in the recommendation shimmer effect, and now we have the actual thing. So I mean, what is wrong? I don't see anything. Why not just copy this whole widget and make it a shimmer effect instead? Let's do that. We don't need inkwell. We definitely don't need this. Instead, I'll just have decoration, box decoration. We'll have a color white. Width 108 TSP. Height 130 SP. And let's remove this. And then we have these two text fields. That's all we have. So I'm just gonna copy this thing again. We'll have a width of 180, but we'll have a height of 10. Yeah. We'll copy this. We'll paste it up here. Instead of height 10, we'll have a 7. And here as well, we'll just have 100. I don't understand again what is wrong. Anyone from the chat want to help? Be happy to have your help. I don't understand what is wrong actually, guys. Well, we can do one thing. Maybe we can try this. Instead of 0, we'll have 3 there. No, we have to have a 0 there, because in some cases. Okay, then what is this? How much do we have to wait? Like, this widget is driving me crazy right now. I don't understand why, because everything is just there. It's not even throwing any kind of error to me. Well, these were the error message from that screen, but not here. If I click here, we have errors there, and I know that, but there's nothing to do with those errors and this issue. Recommendation, shimmer effect. What if I just change the color to red to see? Yes, it is working. See? I know why it's giving these kind of errors, guys. I haven't wrapped it around the shimmer widget again. I just don't know why I forget that always. Let's have it, and it should show that it's showing now. Perfect. Let's add some kind of gap between them by having some margin here. Only bottom 8 pixels. It is there, guys. So we have it. I wasted a lot of time in thinking about it, but I just didn't even notice that. I missed the whole thing of shimmer effect. Okay, so we have the live data loading from the database in every place of the app. And if you go there, you'll have the live data. Even if you come up here, you have the live data. Even if you come up here, you have the live data, as well as here. Now there's one thing which is not fixed yet, which is this screen. Let's fix this. Recommendation podcast screen. Yes, here we go. So what we need to do here is we need to add a few things, like his error, or it's loading, you know. As soon as I just need to remove the debug print now, we don't need that. Already. Shimmer effect, and I'll just have recommendations shimmer.dart recommendations. Okay, I think I need to rename this. Recommended section shimmer effect. Recommendations shimmer will be here. Now we'll just get this whole grid view from here. And we'll also have to go to the podcast item. Okay, so what we can actually do is in our shimmer folder we can create a new widget. Yes, so let me remove this material because we don't really think we need that material there, and let's have this thing in its own shimmer widget. I'm gonna call it podcast item, podcast recommend item. And I'm gonna paste this thing in here. I'm gonna return this as well, like that, and just gonna have this here as well. So we have it here. Okay, but when I go to the view all, it should also have it. Again, the same mistake. Not a mistake, but the thing that I forget is to wrap it around the shimmer widget. We've wrapped it. We have here as well. Wow, this app is looking amazing. Like, really very nice user experience we have here. So I'm gonna commit this code changes. I'm just gonna say last day session 1 commit, because I know what I did and I have the video for reference. And of course this thing is gonna be again gonna refined by the other people after this challenge is over, you know. Okay, so we are now almost done. We can load episodes, we can have a podcast player, and we'll select the interests after user sign up, and that's it. We did these things, but I think we did loaded the trending podcast, we did loaded the recommendations, so that is win-win for us, because I mean for the session 2 and session 1 just a lot of stuff from the session 2 as well. So loading and storing, continue listening, download episodes and all that kind of thing. Okay, so let's move these into the second session that we'll have today. In an hour we'll start. I'm just gonna end the stream here. Okay.